Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Norma Cavazos. I am the Harlandale School Board President. Today is Monday, August 16th. We are attending a regular meeting of the Board of Trustees for Harlandale ISD. It is 6:15 and I am going to call a roll call. Just a reminder to my colleagues, please turn on your microphones when we speak. Otherwise, the community who is watching us virtually cannot hear our comments or concerns or suggestions. So starting with roll call, Ms. Carrillo.
Here. And
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Limon.
here.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Luna.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mancha.
Present.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno.
Present, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz.
Here.
And obviously, I am present as well. So we do have a quorum. Agenda item 1C, Mr. Soto, would you please let us know who is here?
Yes, Madam Chair, Board of Trustees. Tonight, we have our Assistant Superintendent for Business and Finance, Mr. Richard Hernandez.
Here.
Our Executive Director of Human Resources, Dr. Salinas.
Here.
Our Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum Instruction, Melissa Casey.
Here.
Our Executive Director of Operations, Mr. Kyle Blakeney.
Here.
And our Public Information Officer, Mariana Veraza.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. We also have Dr. Judy Castleberry with us. Hello, Dr. Castleberry.
Thank you. Yes.
Before I move on to agenda item 2, I want to say to all those parents and staff that reached out to me yesterday, I appreciate the phone calls. I appreciate the texts. I appreciate the emails. Your voice is not going unheard. I listened to your pleas. I listened to your suggestions. I listened to your advice. I listened to your questions and concerns. As a parent, I am there with you as well. As a board member, I am doing everything along with my colleagues, our superintendent and our attorney, to do everything and anything we have the possibility of doing within the law allowed to help everybody answer those questions, give you all peace of mind, and certainly keep the safety of our children first. Understand we have been working diligently, minute after minute, hour after hour, trying to do what we can and what we are allowed by law to do. So I appreciate those phone calls. I appreciate the texts, the emails. Please don't stop voicing your concerns, your questions, your suggestions. We have to stick together to create a safe and healthy environment for our students, our staff, and our families. So I appreciate that from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak on behalf of the board that says, thank you for reaching out to us parents. Agenda item number 2 is public comment. There are 2 community members that have signed up. I believe the first is Susan Salinas. Ms. Salinas, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me just get my timer going. As a friendly reminder, you have a maximum of 3 minutes to speak. The topics addressed shall be limited to those specifically included on the board's agenda and or district related. Give me 1 second, Ms. Salinas, while I get to where I can put the timer. Give me 1 second. Okay, Ms. Salinas, we're ready.
Good evening, President Cavazos, members of the board, Superintendent Soto, and the community. I'm Susan Salinas, TSA staff, speaking tonight regarding a resolution for COVID leave and the deletion of the consultation policy. First of all, thank you for the pay increase awarded to the employees and the encouraging message to parents to send their students to school wearing a mask. With COVID cases increasing among our students, it is disheartening that the governor is not allowing each district to make the decision about mandating masks or offering virtual learning for the parents who don't feel comfortable sending their young, unvaccinated children to school. We know hospitals are filling up with all ages. There are more and more children being admitted. My sister is a pediatrician nurse in a downtown hospital. She has told me the hospital is overloading again with cases. Their unit now has floors with COVID patients. There are mothers and babies now with the Delta variant. In the news, there are reports of deaths among teachers and students. This is a scary time for employees and parents. I know the district is doing all they can to encourage parents to have their children wear a mask to school. We are asking the school board to pass a resolution to grant employees 10 days of COVID leave as they did last year. This is the least we should do for the educators working in these uncertain times. It is very disheartening and disappointing that the district is deleting the consultation policy, which has been a system for the different associations to bring their concerns forward in an informal manner versus filing a grievance. The concerns usually impacted the whole district. It has worked well in the past. Furthermore, the unions were granted a seat on the insurance and calendar committees. The deletion of this policy takes the ability of the unions to have an active voice for their members on these important committees away. This can be seen already because HEA was not asked to sit on the committee to review the third-party administrator. If the big concern is school board members sitting on the committee, rewrite the policy and do not have them on it. As you may or may not know, before the pandemic hit and we closed schools for in-person learning, the consultation committee was in the process of rewriting this policy to bring it up to date. Instead of throwing away the baby with the bathwater, let's fix it. Yes, I can pick up the phone and talk to the human resources about an individual issue. The HR staff has been willing to work with TST on a variety of issues. I believe we have a respectful and working relationship for the betterment of the employees, and I hope it continues. The consultation policy is in place when the relationship between the parties does not work. In the past, this has been a case, and consultation policy
You have
allows
10
to
seconds,
work
ma'am.
do things without having to go through the grievance policy. I hope the board will decide to keep the consultation policy. Does not need to be, it has to be revised, and that can be easily done by the
Thank you,
committee.
Ms. Salinas.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your comments and your concerns and suggestions. Thank you, ma'am. Second community member that signed up for public comment is Ms. Natalie Clifford. Ms. Clifford, are you with us this afternoon?
Yes, ma'am. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, Ms. Clifford. 3-minute maximum to speak as a friendly reminder, and the topics addressed shall be limited to those specifically included on the board's agenda and/or district related, ma'am. Give me 1 second, please. Okay, Ms. Clifford, I'm ready whenever you are.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Soto, Board President Cavazos, esteemed board members, and HISD staff and beloved community. My name is Natalie Clifford, and I am speaking here as an individual and HEA-TSTA union member regarding agenda item number 6C, which pertains to the review and removal of local policy DGB for consultation. The consultation policy in question exists so that employee organizations such as the union can bring larger issues to the district as needed to resolve. Although we are currently working alongside human resources effectively regarding various employee concerns, this policy is important for times when there is a contingent relationship. Additionally, the policy mandated that the union and other employee organizations have a seat on the insurance and calendar committees, which impacted hundreds of members who are employees, as well as all employees with the district. I urge the board to reconsider the removal of this consultation policy so that our employees can continue to have organizations in the room advocating for them at the district level, and so that we as employees who are most directly impacted by these decisions throughout the district can be part of the decision-making process. Furthermore, it has recently been brought up that at all campuses in the district, the air conditioners are currently being turned off around 5 or 5:30 p.m. As a result, our evening custodians are having to work during the heat. These are less than ideal working conditions when it is 80 or 90 degrees in the buildings, and we want to keep them safe and healthy as they do so much to keep our campuses clean, safe, and operational. Therefore, we ask that you please reconsider turning off the air conditioners at 5 p.m. or 5:30 p.m. in the evening for these reasons. Lastly, I wanted to say thank you to the board and Ms. Norma Cavazos in particular for working to make it possible to view the board meeting videos with subtitles in Spanish. This is an excellent and important method to continue to build inclusive practices to serve our bilingual families who make up many of our campuses. Muchísimas gracias por este esfuerzo importante por incluir nuestras familias bilingües. Thank you all very much for your time, efforts, and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Clifford. Muchas gracias. Moving on to agenda item 3, announcements. I believe that's Miss Mariana. Is that correct, Mr. Soto?
Hello, good evening. If I could have everyone stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Thank you. You may be seated. As you know, this year, the theme of our district is Harlandale Legacy. So we're trying to base everything around the Harlandale Legacy, making our family a legacy, part of the Harlandale Legacy. So in order to promote this theme, we have a video that we would like to show you tonight.
It's that hometown district that still has, you're not a number as a teacher, and the students aren't numbers as students. They mean something, and each and every one of them. So we're very fortunate to have a district of this size that can still support the community and help the community.
And that is what we all do here at Harlandale. We help our students grow. I love it. All my family still lives in Harlandale. Actually, my dad was a Macomb graduate. My mom was a Harlandale graduate. All my cousins' family, we all still live in the area. So I love being able to come back to this community and give back to this community.
It's a community that's very family oriented, and it's also a community that loves to keep in touch.
The Harlandale community is everything to me. My colleagues today can attest to the fact that Debbie Vela Gaitan is known as a Southsider. When my back is up against the wall, when I feel like I have to make a gut decision, I call it the Southside in me, because I know that when I draw on my roots and I draw on what I learned here at Harlandale, when I draw on the women and the teachers, the faculty, the coaches that instilled that strength in me, to believe that when I have a decision to make, that I can make good decisions when I slow down and I consider my community and I consider my roots. And so I thank Harlandale, and I thank this community for that.
So yes, we are promoting the Harlandale Legacy. So throughout the year, you're going to hear us say and mention the Harlandale Legacy, because we are very proud of our family, and we want to keep making people part of the Harlandale Legacy. So another thing I will present to you tonight, we have been asked to show the enrollment numbers. So let me show.
Ms. Mariana, I believe that is under the agenda item letter D. Do you mind if we wait till
no,
then, and then
okay.
you can give us a presentation at that
Sure,
time?
sure, of course.
Perfect,
Sorry.
Ms. Mariana. No. Our apologies.
Okay, so the last thing I will present then is cybersecurity. So the district has a 3-pronged strategic approach to help protect the network, and more importantly, student and staff information and data. And so this is how we do cybersecurity here in our district. So step 1 is to prevent and defend. We maintain a proactive approach by putting tools, services, staff, and processes in place to defend users, infrastructure, and data. This includes user training, staff certifications, cybersecurity audits, and network upgrades. Step 2 is to detect and identify. We protect against internal and external threats. We do this by maintaining firewalls, anti-malware, and antivirus software programs. We replace outdated equipment and we thoroughly vet services providers. Step 3, to recover and strengthen. In the event of a successful breach or attack, our first step is to recover. If necessary, we involve law enforcement. We believe it is crucial to inform all stakeholders to avoid inconsistencies and mistakes in informing the community. We strengthen by completing a post-incident review. We reassemble the team and review the response history by answering the following questions. What went well? What needs work? How do we prevent this incident from happening again? And how can we respond better for the next incident? To meet these challenges, we manage our budget to ensure acquisitions, upgrades, and staffing is available for the upcoming budget year. We look for opportunities to collaborate with parents that will benefit our district. The threats are real and ever-changing. We rely on our state and federal government for information and programs that help us better prepare. Finally, we trust and rely on our district leadership to guide and support us against each new threat. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mariana. Thank you very much. Ms.
Madam
Ortiz.
Okay. Thank you, Mariana, for that report. As we've been reading so much about the $500,000 ransomware that Judson paid, I would encourage our IT department to keep in touch with and make sure that we are doing everything we need to do in order to avoid that. All I keep thinking about is $500,000 going to somewhere other than the students or the teachers or the staff. And it breaks my heart. And so I hope that we continue keeping up with everything that we can possibly do to make sure that our firewalls, everything is up to par, and that we avoid any of those downfalls that those poor other school districts had. Thank you very much for the report. Appreciate it. And of course, I'm sure I, along with my colleagues, will, if there's anything that we can do to support the superintendent to make sure that the IT department has or its needs are met, I know we want to do it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mariana. Agenda item 4, information and reports. 4A, LSG reporting of meeting minutes. Ms. Ortiz?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, the TE participant manual. This is a time use tracker for the board. The date of our meeting was July 19th, 2021, and the time use tracker tracks student outcome minutes versus other topic minutes on visions and goals. During that meeting, we had 1 minute towards setting constraints or theories of action, or minutes receiving, discussing, and voting on constraints, monitoring reports according to the monitoring calendar. We had 3 minutes under visions and goals under other topic minutes. On progress and accountability, we had 0 minutes on student outcome minutes and 0 minutes for other topic minutes. On systems and processes, we had 0 minutes spent on student outcome minutes and 33 minutes spent on discussing, debating, and voting on items removed or on the consent agenda. Time used for public comments on items not on board meeting agenda. Advocacy and engagement, we spent 12 minutes on student outcome minutes and 0 minutes on other topic meetings. Synergy and teamwork, we spent 0 minutes on student outcome minutes, 72 minutes on other topic minutes, for a total of last meeting July 19th, 2021, we spent 13 minutes on student outcome minutes and 54 minutes on other topic minutes for a total of 67 minutes, 19% of which were spent on student outcome minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. That serves very black and white, so we can make note of how many minutes we are not using wisely on student outcome. We do need to work on that, and we will. I am confident that we will. Agenda item 4B, the board will consider individual members' fidelity to the board constraint. The board shall not perform or appear to perform either collectively or individually any of the roles or duties of the superintendent. As you all know, every month we bring a board constraint and we share that with our community. It serves as a reminder to our board of what the role of a school board member is and what a role of a school member is not. So you will see us bring a board constraint at every regular board meeting monthly. It does not serve any purpose other than a friendly reminder for us to keep on track with what our role is as a board member. Agenda item 4C, I believe is Ms. Casey, you're presenting, ma'am?
We have Rita Garza with us. She is joining us virtually and she will be presenting.
Perfect. Hi, Ms. Garza.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. So I am going to share my screen to give you an update on the Lone Star Governance student outcomes. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, ma'am, you're good to go.
Yes, you're good to go.
Thank you. Okay, so tonight we're going to talk about the Lone Star Governance student outcomes. This one is based on the percentages of first grade. So it reads percentage of first grade students reading on grade level or above at the end of the school year using the DRA assessment. So the goal was to see an increase from 55% to 59% by 2021. Just to give you a little information about the actual developmental reading assessment, which is the DRA.
Ms. Garza, can I interrupt you?
Yes, you can.
DRA, would you tell me what it stands for?
Yes, ma'am. It's the Developmental Reading Assessment.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. And so this slide is just giving you a little more information about what that assessment actually is. So it's a tool that our teachers use just to document observations that they see as they're having their students read. So we're assessing our students at their reading level, and it helps give the teachers information about their instructional practices. It's an assessment tool used to provide additional information to the teacher to guide the small group reading instruction in guided reading. Not all of our students are tested with the DRA. We have kinder to second grade students that are tested with a DRA assessment. So here's kind of a breakdown the way we broke it down last school year. In the beginning of the year, all students are tested minus kinder students. In the middle of the year, we have selective students that are tested. We tend to look at those students that teachers need that additional information to provide that guided reading instruction and to monitor and adjust as needed. And then our end of the year, we retest all of our students as well. In the middle of the year, we also test our kinder students as to see where they're at after a first semester of school. Now let's look at some data with the DRA assessment. So this is looking at historical data. So in 2018, 2019, we had 55% of our first graders reading on grade level at the end of the school year. Obviously, when the pandemic hit us in 2019, 2020, we were unable to get that data. This last school year, we performed at 33% of our students in first grade reading on grade level. Looking at 2020, 2021, just the breakdown of the school year, we started off with our students reading at 23% on grade level at the start of the year. When we assessed again in the middle of the year, we saw an increase of 39%. And at the end of the year, we ended with 33%. First grade is one of the toughest grades when it comes to reading. The kids do come in at a very basic level, almost a pattern reading. So it could be, I can play, I can walk, and they're leaving actually reading full length text. This is the grade where you see the most growth when we're talking about reading. So in a normal school year, there's already that challenge. So you can imagine in a pandemic as well. The support that we are asking of our teachers and sharing with principals is guided reading is to be done at minimum 4 times a week, supporting 2 to 3 groups of students per day. When they're pulling their guided reading, it's a small group where students read on their instructional level. It's based on assessment data such as the DRA and others such as TPRI or TEJASLE. In this small group reading session, it's very direct, it's targeted, and it's differentiated instruction that builds on students' skills and their knowledge. Just a quick overview of what guided reading is. It does consist of 3 main components, which is a word study review, the actual reading portion, comprehension, and writing. In the word study review section, we really want to have our students doing a phonological awareness or introducing vocabulary with the students. So just a quick review to highlight the things that they've already learned and give them that additional support that they may need with alphabet review, high frequency words, word families, the different phonemic awareness skills, and then introducing vocabulary words or reviewing prefixes and suffixes with students. As we move on through the cycle of guided reading, we do have 3 phases within that reading portion, which is a before, during, and after. The before part is really getting students to be making connections with the text and really getting their background knowledge and prior knowledge activated so they can connect with the text, making predictions and just giving kids that opportunity to take a picture walk through the story so that they can become familiar with it. And the next phase during this section is during. So this is where the students are actually reading and the teacher is listening into the students. They're making notes of errors that they hear, miscues that they see. They're taking running records and really just looking for teachable moments where they can come back and assist their students. The after part closes up the actual reading portion of where they have conversations to perhaps clarify understanding of the text. They can check predictions or ask questions, again, just to have that enriched discussion that we know our students need. That discourse is very important. So really making sure that we're promoting that in our guided reading groups. We wrap up our guided reading lesson with comprehension checks and writing. So really extending that thinking. They could do various things such as writing a sequel to the story they just read. They could complete a graphic organizer. The teacher could also just extend their thinking by posing a question for the students to respond to, again, making that connection between reading and writing. And that is all that I have for you tonight with the Lone Star Governance Update, and then some information of how we are asking our students to support asking our teachers to support our students.
Thank you, Ms. Garza. Thank you so much for that presentation. Are there any questions, comments for Ms. Garza from my colleagues?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Moreno.
So first, I'd like to just applaud Ms. Garza and Ms. Casey and her team in something that we were trying to denote in the last couple of meetings is providing us with explicit information. To me, I thought it was very thorough, so I don't think anybody should be too confused, but obviously we can always clarify things if necessary And, but I truly appreciate it because to me, I mean, it was pretty straightforward. The tough thing though is I know the data isn't where we want it to be, but I know that's not indicative of where we are because of the variables that are definitely impacting us. But I know we would have been there had we not had to have this unforeseen extenuating circumstance. But I appreciate you guys doing that. And obviously, I know Ms. Casey and the team are listening to us when we say, this is what type of reports we would like to see. So I appreciate it and kudos to you guys. So thank you.
Anybody else? Ms. Casey, all I can say, you and your team, not only are you making it clear and transparent for the board, but as a parent, I understand it now. So that's very important for me, that not only does the board understand it and sees it, but that our community is on the same page that we are. So thank you to you and to your team for making it in that manner. Thank you very much. Agenda item 4D, enrollment status update. Ms. Mariana?
Good evening again. So I will share our enrollment status update. So as you can see, we have a comparison from last year, the first day of school, our enrollment was at 11,919. And today, being our first day of school, it's at 10,377. So as a comparison, as a percentage to last year, we're at 87.06%.
Madam Chair, Board of Trustees, that is an alarming number. But on the bright side, speaking to some neighboring superintendents, one neighboring superintendent started at 60% of their enrollment compared to COVID numbers last year. And another superintendent started at 70%. And they started last week and their numbers grew gradually throughout the week. I know a lot more schools started this year, and we are meeting as Bexar County Superintendents Wednesday, and we'll see what the data shows. The number is low, but at 87%, we have work to do to go ahead and find the rest of our kiddos.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. Any questions or comments from my colleagues to Mr. Soto?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
And kind of just to reaffirm what Mr. Soto said, I can attest our campus today, we were short at one point 160 kids. By the end of the day, we were short 110. So it is something, and I think a lot of the variables in speaking to parents, including the back and forth with the mask, unfortunately, has created a dilemma for us that, we didn't anticipate last year, being that we were virtual, so that we could have, I know Mr. Soto and team provided all the necessary steps to provide our kids with what they needed. But I think that may have impacted, because I had a lot of parents that said they were not going to take their students without the mandate of a mask. So that was something that did factor in it, I think, and not just our district and the district I work for, but I'm sure throughout. So I'm sure Mr. Soto's keeping a keen eye on that, and hopefully we can do what we need to do to locate our students and make them feel comfortable and safe. And I'm sure the numbers will rise up.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno. Anybody else? Okay, thank you, Ms. Mariana, again. Thank you so much, ma'am. Moving on to agenda item 5, consent items.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Carrillo.
I move to approve consent items.
Give me 1
A,
second, Ms. Carrillo. You're always faster than my fingers can write. Give me 1 second. Okay, so I'm ready. Go ahead.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Carrillo, for your motion. I will second your motion, Ms. Carrillo. And now I'm going to repeat just so that we're on the right track. It's consent item A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Before we go for the vote, is there any discussion or comments from my colleagues? Okay, Thank you.
information.
Yes,
Didn't we
Mr. Luna.
consent Avanza before? This is a different contract or something.
Mr. Soto?
We had it on the agenda last time.
Mr. Soto?
Go ahead, Ms. Casey.
So with Avante, we typically have 3 MOUs. One is for our parent educator, which is what you saw earlier. This one continues our Head Start program, and then starting a new early Head Start program at Vestal, where they will house birth to 3-year-olds.
That's right. You all did mention
parent.
that to us.
Mhm.
Yes, yes, the baby geniuses we're gonna have in Harlandale ISD.
So the first MOU was our parent MOU. That's what you approved initially.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, I will move for the vote. Ms. Carrillo, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you. Ms. Ortiz, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you. Mr. Mancha, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Moreno, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you. Ms. Limon, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you. Mr. Luna, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you. And myself, yay. So agenda item 5, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H passes. Moving on to agenda item 6, individual items. 6A, I believe, Mr. Hernandez, you have a presentation for us, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Hey, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. If you'll turn to your board book on page 52, there's a transmittal that summarizes the agenda item of adopting the tax rate for the tax year 2021. Staff is proposing to adopt a tax rate of a M&O component of the tax rate at 0.9701 and the debt service component of the tax rate at 0.4306. The total amount would be $1.4007 per $100 taxable value. This is a decrease from last year's tax rate of 0.0275. And the reason for the decrease is due to what the state has implemented of what they call tax compression. So our property values, taxable values had increased approximately 5.88%, which is above the cap that the state was going to allow school districts' values to increase by above the 2.5%. So although they are in the formula computing our tax rate to be lower than what we had last year, they make up for that when they provide us a state aid for that difference. Again, it's their efforts to provide tax relief to the constituents here in the state. So again, our recommendation is the tax rate for 2021 at a total amount of 1.4007 per $100 taxable value.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
ma'am.
Any questions or comments from my colleagues? Okay, is there a motion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Carrillo.
I move to adopt the resolution fixing and levying ad valorem taxes for the Harlandale Independent School District for the year 2021 and directing the assessment and collection thereof.
Thank you, Ms. Carrillo. Is there a second on Ms. Carrillo's motion?
Second, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno. I will take the vote. Ms. Carrillo, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Moreno, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Luna, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you. Ms. Limon, yay or nay? Yay. Ms. Ortiz, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Mancha, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you, sir. And myself, yay. Agenda item 6A passes. Agenda item 6B, Dr. Salinas, I believe you are going to present for us?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. This is on the transmittal pages 53 and 54 in your board book. And I'm going to go ahead and go to the policy that's recommended by TASB for the update 117. These policies have been reviewed. CH Local, we'll talk about first for purchasing and acquisition. The changes here is an exception for emergency contracts. Based on what happened last year, there were some districts that needed to take care of some emergency situations, obviously with COVID, some things that needed to be purchased. So this provides the opportunity for the superintendent, the authority to do that. However, it does not waive the competitive bidding purchasing requirements. So if we were in a situation where there was a catastrophe and Mr. Soto needed to purchase something for the district or the school, he would still have to, number one, notify you at the next board meeting, and he would still have to follow competitive purchasing requirements for this policy. And then we do also have a portion here that says the superintendent shall make a reasonable effort to obtain at least 3 quotes for purchases greater than $30,000. So that's for CH Local. For CV Local, which can be found on page 58, the actual revisions, it's one note, only one note that TASB wants to add here that again refers us to CH Local, the one that we just looked at, about delegation of authority for construction contracts. And both of these have been also reviewed by Mr. Blakeney, Mr. Hernandez, and Mr. Mora. And then for DEC Local, some of this may have looked familiar to you because we did bring this earlier in the summer. On page 60, it does talk about leave administration, that we will develop administrative guidelines addressing employee leaves and absences to implement the provisions of the policy. It also made changes, some of them you've seen before, like catastrophic illness. It talks about the school year for purposes of earning, using, or recording leave shall mean the term of employee's annual employment as set forth by the district, whether it's full-time or part-time. And the other important changes that you had not seen before involved our police officers. And it's actually, I think on page 65, you'll see that we had to add, based on the legislative update, mental health leave if there's ever a traumatic event in the scope of employment, that we will grant police officers mental health leave a maximum of 5 days for a traumatic event, again, in the scope of employment. And it tells us that we will develop regulations regarding mental health leave so that we're very specific on what that means. Also, quarantine leave is the other section that has been added based on legislative update. And it's that we will grant quarantine leave when ordered by the local health authority or the peace officer supervisor to quarantine or isolate due to possible known exposure to a communicable disease while on duty.
Thank you, Dr. Salinas. Any questions or comments for Dr. Salinas? Okay, then I will move. Is there a motion on agenda item 6B?
Madam Chair, one
Yes,
question
sir.
real quick. I'm sorry. And I
That's
should have
okay.
probably mentioned this before, but I guess in regards to this, Mr. Hernandez, I know we still have the resolution in place where the superintendent is given the authority to act, in this extreme situation. So I'm trying to read through the policy right now. It's not really, it's kind of vague in terms of emergency disaster. Would this kind of supersede the situation we're in now in terms of the?
This kind of complements that, gives
Yeah,
him,
because I feel like
kind of,
it's a line,
kind of
right?
gets it in line and supports what you did in the resolution,
And
but
so-
actually does it through policy, but in certain situations, yeah.
Like if we were go away from that resolution from March to 2020?
I'd have to go
It would-
back. It had a lot in there and we may want to revisit it because some of the policy, I think, kind of complements it, adjusts
Mm-hmm.
it now. But yes, that's exactly where a lot of this comes from.
Yeah, and I'm okay with whatever we got to go forward with. But
Yeah.
I was just curious how that kind of,
They kind of complement each other for
yeah,
right
and
now.
how it works if
Yeah.
one supersedes versus the other.
The policy would ultimately be in place, but the resolution, if it's still there, would supersede any,
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
but they kind of get this in line. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
Mr.
no, good
Moreno,
catch.
great question. I believe what Dr. Salinas didn't add was, it was during the winter freeze when a lot of buildings suffered some damages, the hurricane season, where a lot of our schools ended up, there was some tornadoes that hit up north in Dallas. And the superintendent had some emergency meetings. So this is what this is in place for.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, Ortiz, I believe you were going to move.
Yes. I move that we review, approve, and adopt TASB updates 117 revisions to policy. B1, CH local purchasing and acquisition. B2, CV local facilities construction. And B3, DEC local compensation and benefit leaves and absences.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Is there a second on Ms. Ortiz's motion? No second. Thank you, Ms. Limon. I will take the vote. Ms. Ortiz, yay or nay on agenda item 6B?
Yay.
Thank you. Ms. Limon, yay or nay? Yay. Thank you. Mr. Luna, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mancha, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you. Ms. Carrillo, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Moreno, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you, sir. And myself, yay. Agenda item 6B passes. Moving on to agenda item 6C. I believe, Dr. Salinas, you're also presenting on that agenda item?
Yes, ma'am. This
Thank
agenda
you.
item has been brought back per the board's request from last month, and it has been reworded. I believe that was our directive. And so I think Mr. Resendez worked with us on this, on the rewording of this agenda item, where now we are very explicit about consider and take appropriate action to review and remove policy DGB local, but also to let all the employees know that we still have our policies in place to include DG legal, DGA legal, and local, DGBA legal and local, and DGC legal. This is the same policy, I believe, from 2018 that we discussed last month, where TASB recommended at that time to delete this policy.
Thank you, Dr. Salinas. Any questions, comments, or concerns from my colleagues? Okay, we are going to move for a motion. Anybody wants to move for a motion?
If I have a comment real quick.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Cavazos, if, I guess just to be clear, because I know we still have the ability in regards to providing an ad hoc committee, correct, right, still, if necessary? And I think that's one thing that I guess there might be a misconception. If we can kind of reiterate that, that way people know that we still do have the ability to provide that for our staff and the necessary consultation groups, so that they can be reassured that we're not creating a shift in terms of policy that's going to alienate them or not allow them input. So I don't know, Ms. Salinas, if you could maybe.
That's correct, sir.
elaborate.
All organizations, groups can always contact us at any time. They do right now. They did all of last year when we had COVID. And we are always willing to work with them, to talk with them, to meet with them, and to respond to any of their concerns.
I have a question. Dr. Salinas, so there were a couple of individuals that came and they were specifically concerned about the consultation policy and that they were removed from an opportunity to participate on the insurance committee. And if we move forward with this, does that address this and leaves them out of the process, or?
So the insurance committee that we had reestablished per our directive again from the board, we made sure that all of our employees who were on that committee were, they were members, or they took part in purchasing the ancillary products. Now, were those members part of the different union groups? Yes. But were they selected because of the union representation? No. They were selected because they're employees who participate in those groups. And we would continue to do that for all of our committees. We always want to make sure that we have a nice reflection of all the campuses. And that's what we look at, is we want to make sure that there's always a voice.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from my colleagues for Dr. Salinas? Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair.
I can always count on you, Ms. Carrillo. Yes, ma'am.
I move to approve policy GB local and policy DGA legal, DGB legal, and DGC legal. Correct?
Just DGB,
It's just
the
one.
removal of DGB.
Yeah, we're
DGB
just
local.
removing DGB local, and those other are just a reference to what they're, yeah, that's okay, just
That's
clarify.
okay. Sometimes more is better. It just references where they can see those new policies, correct? Okay. Is there a second on Ms. Carrillo's motion? I will second your motion, Ms. Carrillo, and I will take the vote. Ms. Carrillo, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you. Mr. Luna, yay or nay?
Nay.
Ms. Limon, yay or nay?
Nay.
Thank you. Mr. Moreno, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mancha, yay or nay?
I will abstain.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Ortiz, yay or nay?
Am I the last one to vote?
No, I'm always the last one to vote, unfortunately.
Yay.
Thank you, ma'am. And myself, yay. So agenda item 6C does pass.
Can I get the vote count, please?
Yes, ma'am. It was 1, 2, 3, 4 yays, 2 nays, and Mr. Mancha abstained. Moving on to agenda item 6D. Dr. Salinas? Is that you again?
Yes, it is. Thank you, ma'am.
ma'am.
6D is consider and take appropriate action again to look at the agent of record for SWBC. As you know, this has been brought back several times, and we would like to bring it back for consideration. We did meet last week. I will let you know that we met last week, meaning Mr. Soto, we had our attorney there as well, Mr. Mora, and myself and Mr. Hernandez to talk about what can we do differently next year. And so for next year, what we would like to do is start early. We won't start in the summer. We'll start in January. We'll put together a strategic plan that's going to lay out what's going to happen throughout the year. Look at our committee again, revise that, put some procedures in place and some administrative regulations in place, and to bring the products through an RFP, and then to look at having a consultant, medical consultant to come in and assist us with that. So it will look different next year, but we would like to bring this back one more time for your consideration.
Thank you, Dr. Salinas. Any questions or comments from my colleagues?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms. Carrillo.
So basically, we're just gonna go forward until January, and then we're gonna do like an RFQ kind of thing all over again?
It'll be an RFP process for the products. We're gonna try a different avenue on how to get products for our staff. But it'll be in place for a year, these ancillary products.
So it's not going to be this January 2022? Is it going to be this January 2022? Okay.
The process will
uh-huh.
start January 2020.
Yes.
But if this is approved tonight, then SWBC would be with us for one more year.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from my colleagues?
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Just for clarification, if we pass this tonight, SWBC will be with us for one more year and we will not be able to go out for an RFP in January. Am I clarifying that correctly?
No, ma'am. There'll be, well, half of it is true, right? They will be with us for another year, but we're gonna start the process for the following year, starting January, and we'll go out for an RFP.
Just so that our
Yes, ma'am.
employees
Yes.
have continue benefits, correct?
You're welcome. Anybody else?
Madam Chair, I can go ahead and make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno.
So I'm going to go ahead and move to award RFP 2028 to SWBC as an agent of record for ancillary products effective August 17, 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno. Is there a second on Mr. Moreno's motion? I will second your motion, Mr. Moreno. And I will take the vote. Mr. Moreno, yay or nay on agenda item 6D?
Yay, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Ortiz, yay or nay?
Abstaining.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Carrillo, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Limon, yay or nay?
Abstain.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Mancha, yay or nay?
I will abstain.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Luna, yay or nay?
Yay.
And myself, yay. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4 yays and 3 abstains. So passes. Agenda item 6E. Mr. Resendez, I believe you're presenting on that?
Yes, ma'am. Just to bring the board up to speed, y'all may have been watching in the news that the governor initially issued an order where it wouldn't allow school districts to decide if they wanted to have masks. And then the city and county filed a lawsuit. That lawsuit was granted where they authorized a TRO, putting that order aside for now temporarily. The governor appealed that to the Supreme Court over the weekend. On Sunday, the Supreme Court approved a stay, meaning it just set it aside. But while they set it aside, there was an injunction, a temporary injunction hearing this morning, lasted all day, and this afternoon, Judge Artiaga granted the temporary injunction. Now, at the same time, there was another lawsuit filed in Travis County where the court allowed that lawsuit to go through against the governor, saying that school districts can decide on their own statewide regarding masks. Now, that's being appealed as well. And so is, we anticipate, the Judge Artiaga's order granting the temporary injunction against the governor. In the meantime, the health authority, local health authority, initially back when the TRO was granted, issued a mask mandate, which affects Harlandale. So that's still in place now that the temporary injunction was granted. So technically, the health authority direction to wear masks is in place. So that's where we're at. We did draft a resolution, and as you could imagine, there are counties, cities, school districts with different opinions on the issue. And the resolution, in talking to your superintendent, is asking that the governor give you guys local control regarding the decision regarding masks. It's not saying we're not going to follow you. We're just, this is what we'd like for you to reconsider. And then also to reconsider the virtual learning if there are situations where the superintendent administration believe that that needs to happen as well. And that if it does, that we get funded for that. So it's really just a resolution that your superintendent and I talked about, so you all can show support in what you guys believe should be. And we did this just in discussion and consultation, but it's also for discussion now and feedback now for your input. Now, there's also one other resolution that we'll talk about that's not included in that initial one we just handed out today. Some districts are authorizing their superintendent to grant employees additional leave if if they get COVID tested positive or have to quarantine, and that language is also in a separate resolution. But those are the resolution issues. You all probably have been paying attention to the news, I'm sure, and it's an ongoing kind of issue. So what is going on today may change tomorrow, but as of today, your districts are required to wear masks in Bexar County.
And Mr. DeSantis, I'll be the first one to start off. If you could please explain to me as a parent, not as a board member, as a parent, and to the parents watching us and the staff, that why is it that we as a board cannot just switch, turn on that switch and say, even though that's what is being said, and that is what we need to follow, we are going to do whatever we want, whatever we think is best for our students. Can you explain that to me as a parent, why it's not that simple?
Sure. Yes, ma'am. I'll do the best I can to explain it. In general, there is a struggle right now between the governor's authority and local control. And on one hand, there's legal arguments that the governor has final say with regard to the whole statewide situation. And there are other governmental entities, including school districts, that believe otherwise. So, and there is no, obviously clear opinion on the issue. That's why it's going through the courts. With time, we believe it will get in front of the state Supreme Court, the final totality of the issues, who does have that final authority. And we believe we'll get that guidance soon. So for all the parents out there and those interested, it's just a legal argument right now, who has final say. And some school districts are drawing a line in the sand. I'm sure you've seen some of the headlines with some of the school districts and some counties and cities. And the governor is taking a strong position with his legal staff in terms of what they believe their authority is. So it's not that simple. And this is a very unique situation, as we all know, with regard to the current pandemic and where we are with that. So it makes it complicated. We ask that you all just be patient with the court system, and we hope that it'll work its way through, and ultimately we'll have some clear guidance one way or the other. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Resendez. I appreciate that, because it is very hard as a parent to not be able to understand, why can't we just not choose what's best for our kids? And as a trustee, the hardest part for me has been, I am here to follow the law. I am here not to create laws, not to amend them, not to ignore them. I'm here to help follow them. But as a parent, it's complicated to me as to why can it be simpler than that? And so I wear two hats with difficulty right now, with a lot of difficulty. And I spoke to everyone who called me, and I spoke to everyone who emailed me. And that is the answer that I gave. I have two hats that I'm wearing right now. And I understand what the parents are saying, because I'm that parent that dropped off my daughter this morning and said, please keep her safe. But as a trustee, I also have to remind myself, I have to follow the law as best as I can and as much as I am able to, because that is what we are here for, to follow the law. So it is going to be almost like a living document. It's going to change from day to day. Right now we are set with this kind of tone and this pace. Less than 24 hours, it'll be different. So please, parents, understand that we are just as concerned. We are just as anxious to have a final decision that's going to be permanent one way or another. But until then, be patient with us as a board, as a district, and certainly the community needs to just hang in there until we know more. So thank you, Mr. Resendez, for giving this parent that explanation and that peace of mind, and giving this trustee that explanation and peace of mind. I appreciate it. Anybody else that wants to make a comment?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mancha.
Tony, have we heard from TEA where they stand on this issue, or Mr. Baroff?
I don't
As
believe
to-
TEA has given a clear decision or direction. I think they're following the lead of the governor right now. Districts are asked, this resolution is asking that the governor give the commissioner some authority to allow us to
Yeah.
do virtual learning. But, the attorneys for TEA are generally in line with the governor. They're
Okay, because my
they're-
concern is,
Yep.
I mean, he always pushes to put children first. And it seems like we're not doing that. And if that's his model, then he's not following his own model.
I understand. Yes, sir.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
law is always going to change. There's always going to be some type of challenge, right? This will not stop. There's always opportunity. Anybody can sue anybody at any time. So I don't ever think that this is going to be permanent. However, I think that this board needs to make a statement that we want to mitigate as much as possible any and all things that we could, that don't expose our kids to COVID-19. Let's support that, because it's not just city and county. In San Antonio, it is just the city and county that has brought that lawsuit against the governor. However, across the state, there have been school districts that have decided that they do want to mitigate the COVID-19 spread by ordering mask mandates. And yes, I think that's a good resolution. However, I think as a board, we need to be very strong. We need to say what it is, or maybe you're against it. Maybe you don't think that we need to have masks. And we don't need to protect those kids that are 12 and under that cannot get vaccines. I want to make sure that we remind all our parents out there that we do offer vaccines for adults and for our kids that are over the age of 12, that the school district is putting every precaution available to them at work. At least I hope we are. That we've closed down those water fountains, that we put up additional plexiglass, that we are asking everyone to do masks, and I'm assuming that tomorrow we will start doing mandatory masks. I don't know.
We kept on pace this morning and kept it mandated with our signs, and it will stay until further notice.
And I just, I want to encourage any and all parents that if their kids are sick, keep them at home. Don't give them a Tylenol and send them to school. Make sure that we're reiterating that they have to wash their hands, don't touch their face, cover your cough and sneeze. I think that this school board needs to send out the strongest message possible, that we are here to do what we can for our kids. And one of those things is that making mandatory masks. And I hope that we get all 7 signatures on that resolution. And if the time comes that we have to decide that we need to move forward in doing something a little bit more, that we'll be ready to do that by emergency board meeting. But I, for one, believe that we need to help our kids families, because as most of you know, a lot of our students are being raised by their grandparents or a single parent home, and we need to do what we can to help them. And then by the same token, also, we have our hands are tied on doing remote learning. Is that right?
Great question, Ms. Ortiz. There was another trustee
I have a
that
question about that.
there's
sir.
been several trustees
Yes,
call me about
in
remote
regards to
learning.
the-
Speaking to Mr. Resendez, Ms. Limon also, speaking to Mr. Resendez, there was a notion here on the resolution where we want to tweak and say remote learning may be provided to medically certified individuals. I know there was a couple of situations that community members approached you that their autoimmune system and or their parents. So that it was something that maybe we can add to the resolution, Mr. Resendez.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
What about Senate Bill 15? Are they still fighting it, or where is it that now? Because the Senate Bill 15 is what allows us to go into at least 10% of each campus will go into virtual learning, and we can still get funded. So
It-
where is that at, if you don't mind?
It passed the education committee. Hold on. No. Yeah, it passed the education committee, the Senate Education Committee. It still needs to go to the full Senate, and then it needs to go to the House. So it still have a long way to go.
And we're in special session. It didn't pass through the regular session. It has to be added on to the agenda of any special session that the governor might call.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms. Limon.
I want to agree with Elaine with mask mandate, and I want us to know that we are here for our children. We're here as a board to protect our children to mask mandate. I listened to the news like everybody else. I listened to Dallas and Houston. Superintendents have stepped up and mandated masks for their children. Even though they're going to fine them, so be it. And that's what we want to do. And that's what I want to do. I want to make sure that we could stand up. If they're going to find us, find us. But we're here for our kids. We're here to mask mandate everybody to make sure our staff is safe, our children are safe. I'm here to tell any child that, don't wear a mask. I don't do that. But I just want to make sure that parents know that we want our children to be safe. I was at Carabel this morning. What a joy. All these kids coming in happy, all wearing masks. I don't know that they know the severity of this COVID-19. I don't know if they know that, but it was a blessing to be there today. I love to see all these kids coming in with masks. The parents were so excited, taking pictures, just coming out of the car. But everybody was wearing a mask. And I felt safe. And I'm sure the kids felt safe when everybody's wearing a mask. And I hope, and I strongly, if we could step up and say, the district will mandate mask. And I'll be right beside Mr. Soto if he does that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Limon.
Madam
Anybody else?
Chair?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so Mr. Soto, Mr. Resendez, you might need a pen handy because you're gonna need to write my questions down. I'm gonna try to keep it as quick as possible for you. So this is a fully loaded question. First of all, I know when it comes to being a governmental entity, in this case, we don't make the laws, we don't interpret them. So I'm assuming we enforce them, correct?
Well, we do make local policy,
make
but
local
we do
policy?
follow the state law. Yes, sir,
Okay,
and
so when
cases
it
that
comes
are
to the
there.
totality of things in terms of the hierarchy,
Yes,
whatever's put down to us, we have to enforce.
yes,
And so it's kind of like at the school level, it's like whatever we decide, the school campus has to decide, hey, I have to enforce this. It's not my policy.
yes,
The
sir.
board
Gotcha.
passed it
Yes,
through.
sir.
Okay, so that's the first premise of it. Now, the second part is prior to me asking everything else, Mr. Soto, we don't have the resolution here, right? What I see the resolution is that just a paid leave or is that a part of it? Because what part of the resolution?
I believe the resolution was, there was one in the board packet, I believe. And then there was another one that I just drafted that we
You
drafted
one,
today.
This one right here, where does it say? Because where I know we're looking at it here, but this is already drafted and it's adding that language into it because I'm really just seeing.
Did you not get the first one, sir?
Which is the first one?
Oh, I apologize. I thought we sent that. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so that's why I'm a little confused there because I'm like, are we drafting it now?
Yeah, no, we have it drafted
have
and I
drafted,
apologize.
okay.
I'm not sure why it didn't get to
So,
Mila, but
all right.
it's a draft and the resolution itself talks, basically, there's two things to it. One is, asking the governor to give us local control.
Okay,
And then the other part is asking the governor to give the commissioner the ability to grant virtual learning in medical situations when needed, if the district determines.
with additional funding, right?
Yes, where we get
Where
fully
we
funded
get-
for that. So those are the two things that were resolved in that draft resolution. I apologize. I'm not sure why we
Okay.
didn't get it to y'all, but it's been drafted.
Okay.
But good question and
All right.
that's
why,
on me.
you know-
I should have made sure it got to me.
Okay, so then going back to that, so obviously we'll have to come back to that either way because we were drafting it, we weren't going forward with it anyways, because it's just information, right? We were just drafted. It was
No, it was,
so we
it
were gonna have to
meant-
make a decision on it today.
it was meant to be approved today.
Okay, so I don't feel comfortable without seeing it.
Absolutely.
So-
And I understand that and I appreciate that.
So continuing on with that, if we do in lieu of that resolution, I know I've touched base with Mr. Soto. Are we planning to also sue the governor authority or are we looking to, I know not necessarily individually, but I know like Dallas ISD, like Austin ISD, were we trying to piggyback with them? Because I know that's something that was discussed with the school board coalition in providing, hey, should we look at that? Because I know NISD is, Northside is considering that at some point, I'm sure. So are we, because I know the idea was we want to let the big districts hopefully, put their big guns, pardon the pun, I guess, related to it. And then we were perhaps to join that, a part of that particular item.
Mr. Moreno, that would be my suggestion, as you put it, allow these Houston ISDs, Dallas ISDs, let them use their resources. Because if if they end up winning the case, it's gonna come through all of
Trickle
us.
down, okay?
Why would we waste our resources if we're just gonna be the small pond, as you put it? Let those big school districts fight the fight for us, and then we can reap the rewards if the judgment comes for us to have local control.
Okay, so then that kind of parlays into the next question is, can we currently, like you said, and just to be perfectly clear, can we enforce the mask mandate currently based off of our local health authority?
Yes, you can. Yeah,
Okay, so we
yes.
can do that.
Yes.
Now, this is where the little difficulties is, because being in education last year, I had a situation, and Mr. Soto's aware of it. The first day, a kid already refused to wear a mask. Today, luckily, I didn't have that issue. But, when we're getting certain kids back, perhaps they don't want to come back because of the mask issue. Not because they don't want, they want to wear it, maybe perhaps because they don't want to. So how are we going to be able to support? Because I know TA, when they gave us guidance, we had to literally ask us, their attorneys, and they gave us a guidance that I use, not necessarily everybody else, because I know I told Mr. Soto about it, and he was like, well, we're going to leave it to the discretion of the principal. I had to get specific information from our assistant soup in regards to, like, if a kid refuses to wear a mask, because a lot of times what it is our special needs students, not necessarily for the students that are behavior students, are the ones that create that complicated issue. And are you telling them to go home because they won't wear it, or are they refusing? There was little issues with it, and there wasn't any clear indication just based on what we got from TA in regards to it. And that was just me particular. It wasn't something that they just broadcast to everybody. So that's something that we need to take into consideration, because that is going to be difficult for our principals, our assistant principals to deal with, and our staff, because, especially elementary, it's probably easier than middle school and high school in regards to the mask, because by the time they get to middle and high school, there's a little bit more free will thinking, and the way they have their ideas on vaccinations and things like that. So, and I know ultimately they take the orders and the guidance of the governor. So they're not going to come back and say, you can enforce this now, because last year what we had also was the mask mandate for the whole year. So this is going to be a little difficult and tricky, because then we're going to have perhaps a lot of hiccups when it comes to certain students, not a huge population, but that small segment that's going to impact the instructional learning. So I don't know how we answer that question there, Mr. Soto.
Ms. Casey, we spoke to Ms. Della Taylor on this certain situation, and I think we provided her a few options, right? Can you go through those?
Right. So when we have students, particularly in special ed, like the example you used, I think there are two different things to look at. Is this a student that's being defiant, that is fully able to wear a mask and chooses not to? Then his discipline falls under our regular handbook and code of conduct, and his discipline, the consequences. But we have students who maybe are intellectually disabled, who are not able to tolerate this, maybe because they have sensitivities, because they are autistic. And so typically what we do is we meet them where they're at. We say, this student can tolerate this for maybe 5 minutes. So then we work with them and train them, like, when do I have to use it? When I'm walking around the room. When I'm in my own area, then maybe I can take that off. And so you kind of work with students to modify their day, and when I can use it, when I have to use it. And that's just something that's understood. On the teacher side, we have them with masks. We offer them even shields. So they have multiple layers of protection, because they are working with kids that possibly may or may not be wearing a mask, and they're in close proximity. So we do look at options, and it's handled on a case-by-case basis. But the expectation for all students is to wear a mask for their safety and the safety of everyone around them.
Okay, so there wouldn't be any, because the difficult part is they gave us that indicator in terms of, is it a result of them being difficult, or they come in to choose not to? So it's really up to you to discern between the two. Because it was really because one of them, they told me, you can provide, this is not a disciplinary referral. They can be sent home. Parent or guardian has to pick them up. They can return when they agree to sign a health and safety contract. The other one was it becomes a problem when they're spitting or trying to be defiant, then that it becomes a referral. So I don't know if we've given some guidance, just because this could be not necessarily just a behavior student, but it could also be just a general ed student as well. So, it does get a little complicated, because you do have general ed students that are, I don't want to wear a mask because that's the prerogative. And so it is difficult, but I think that's something that we really need to brainstorm. I know I'm still trying to work on it over here, because I know I'm gonna encounter it at some point again, and I don't have the support of the TEA in terms of that because they're gonna follow the orders of the governor. And they're not gonna allow us to do so. But that's one thing I guess we're gonna have to really think outside the box in regards to providing some sort of intervention or some support, because I know it's gonna get difficult, and then we're gonna get those parents that are pretty irate about it. Because we do have a couple that have shown up already. The last part is, I know this relates to it, but remember, there are certain situations where we can provide 20 days already for remote conferencing, right, Mr. Soto? And that does, maybe for right now, if those students want to utilize that for the first couple of weeks, that might be a way to support. And once we figure out where we're going, because legislation may change at the end of this month, hopefully the session will be out. And then by that point, because remember, it's not 10% of each campus, right, sir? It's 10% of the district, right? So we can't just be offering it to all. And it's really based on the diagnosis, because this is what I communicated to parents as well. It's really based on, are you able to provide proof that the student is, not necessarily the parent, because that's the difficult one I had to tell parents today. And they withdrew their student today. And I was like, no, I'm sorry, from what the letter says, the guidance says it's based on you. Now, if you can clarify that for me, that's fine. The other part is, if they do have COVID, they have those days. If they've been exposed, they can choose to use those days. So I don't know, sir, if you wanted to go off on that.
Yes, Mr. Moreno, with that conferencing, we've been back and forth with several ideas, and we're looking at, it's gonna require, it looks like we're gonna have to need more staff, because it can't be concurrently. It can't be like last year where the teachers teaching physically in the class with children, and there's a student at home being remote brought in. So we've been back and forth with this. We thought about maybe some subs. We thought about Google Classroom. It is a difficult item that we still haven't grabbed a real good handle on. And so we've been brainstorming with other districts to see how it's going to be handled. But as of right now, we do not have that option. We have options. It's not mandated. It's an option for a district to provide that service. And as of right now, we really don't have a clear path to provide that service for those children.
Yeah, and I know that's tough, sir, because when it comes to the funding, I know with the remote conferencing, we would have to. In case in point today, we did have somebody there, but luckily within our schedule, we had a couple periods open. But the idea really is, it's really difficult if we're needing to hire per grade level, because if we just have one person for 6th, 7th, and 8th, that's 16 different, or that's, at the minimum 12 preps. And you're like, what do you, can you even teach all that? And then not only that, but, and you don't necessarily need to have them, like you said, but that's a lot to do remotely. And then you have all these different levels of learners. So it is difficult, like you mentioned. If you can be clear, sir, I guess on the, with the caveats related to it, if we are going to utilize that, or perhaps if we're looking to do, or eventually virtual funding or virtual learning, it's still going to be based off of those 3 items, right? It's not going to deviate from that. Like a student can choose it, but as soon as then there's remote conferencing, and then they said virtual instruction. They're 2 entirely different things. And the virtual instruction, you would have it if the student is struggling, they have to come back, no questions asked. So I don't know if you wanted to elaborate on that too, just so people.
Well,
can
correct. As we know, we're not going to get funded for virtual instruction. They'll give us funding for 4 hours of that conferencing for those days, and they'll give us half funding if they go for 2 hours. But if we get virtually when they're at home the whole entire year, we will have to fit the bill as a district.
I guess the last thing, sir, would be, I'm open to whatever is the language. If we go forward, I'm in favor of finding a way to provide that, because I think that's one opportunity to provide another avenue for people to come back. Ultimately, I know if you want to crunch the numbers, I know our district did, and it was just unsustainable. And I know we're probably in the same boat. But that way people can know that, hey, we're going to absorb $35 million to provide remote instruction, and people can see that's our fund balance, practically half of it. So, we want to do what's right for kids, but we also have to be good stewards of what we can. So, we'll do whatever we can to provide the support, but even that number for 10% of kids is substantial. But we provide, I definitely believe in you and your team, sir. So whatever we got to do, we got to go forward with legislation or go to a court and sue somebody to provide that. I'm definitely in favor of utilizing the mask mandate as best as we can.
Madam Chair. Going back to that, on the virtual, there is going to be some tweaks. They can only do it if they have a medical certification, or there's going to be an application process. If you want to go virtual, it's just going to be, you're going to have some kind of excuse, some kind of doctor's excuse in order for you to go virtual. Is that correct? Or
Well, that's what the resolution, we're asking the
Yeah,
governor to give the
exactly.
commissioner
So I
that
just wanna
authority.
make sure that,
Yes.
you know,
And I
that
do
is-
apologize that the resolution was drafted and then Mr. Soto had a revision. I made that revision. I checked. It was sent. I'm not sure why it didn't go through, and that's on my end, and I apologize. But the recitals basically are very similar. You can take action based on the recommendation of the superintendent to approve the resolution. And the two main things in that resolution are, again, one, asking the governor to give you guys local control to make an ultimate decision on masks. And then two, asking that he give the commissioner authority to allow you guys the virtual learning when needed in medical situations, as we talked about. The recitals in it, again, are very similar to what the recitals are in the resolution you have in front of you. You know, that there's a pandemic going on, there's a health crisis, it's very similar. So I do recommend that if you do want to take action, you can, because the resolution has been drafted. It was sent. I'm not sure what happened on my end, and I apologize for that. But again, if y'all wanted to, you could. And again, it's not allowing you to do it. It's asking the governor to consider it, to do that. And that's short of, we're not suing the governor. We're not taking action outside what the governor has given us authority to do or anybody, but it's asking him to reconsider. And then once, if y'all do take action on that, that's what we'll submit to him.
Anybody else?
Madam Chair. Given the instruction that our attorney has given us for those two action items that were going to be included on a resolution, I move that the board approve a resolution regarding COVID-19 related issues.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Mancha. Before I go and call the vote or ask for the vote, I just want to say I am extremely proud of this board. I am extremely proud that we are trying to do whatever it takes to keep our children and staff safe and healthy. And I am truly honored to be sitting here beside each and every one of you. So I will call for the vote now on agenda item 6E.
Madam Chair, just for
Yes, sir.
clarification.
Yes.
So the resolution drafted is authorizing the superintendent to ask the governor, because of the ongoing current COVID situation and the pandemic that we're dealing with, to authorize two things, and that's for local control, to make local decisions regarding masks, and then to allow the commissioner to authorize full funding for virtual learning when needed for medical situations.
Yes,
And
sir.
I am recommending that you guys consider that. Okay, just want to make sure.
Yes,
Okay.
everybody's on board with those, that two
And again,
clarifications.
I apologize. We were drafting it, sending it back and forth, and I thought it got sent. And let's double checking right now, because it was later in the afternoon with the revisions after talking to Mr. Soto. So it's just a snafu, but it has been drafted.
Thank you. Move forward with,
Just a clarification, and this is also everything that's in here for additional leave for employees, or that is?
This is going to be discussed in closed session because there's a policy piece, but this is, yeah, good question though. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And again, yeah,
Yes,
sorry for the
there's
confusion. It's
two.
just
There's
been,
one that we could address in open session, and there's one that we need to address in closed session,
but then
correct?
take ultimate action
Yes.
in open. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you all. And again, I apologize for the confusion, but we're on track now. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will be moving forward with the vote on agenda item 6E. Ms. Ortiz, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Luna, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Moreno, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you. Mr. Mancha, yay or nay?
Yay.
Ms. Limon, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you. Ms. Carrillo, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you, ma'am. And myself, yay. Agenda item 6E passes. Agenda item 6F.
Madam Chair.
Oy, Mr. Moreno, you beat
like-
me. Go ahead, Mr.
I'd like to
Moreno.
make a motion. I'd actually like to delegate Mr. Louis Luna as the delegate to the TASB Assembly on Saturday, September 25th, 2021 for the TASB Convention.
I'll second that.
Okay, I will take the vote on Mr. Luna being our delegate at the TASB Assembly on Saturday, September 25th, 2021 during the TASB Convention in Dallas, Texas. So Ms. Limon, yay or
Madam Chair,
nay?
please
Yes,
forgive me. Don't we also have to appoint?
The
an
alternate?
yes, the alternate. Can we do that at the same time or do
We
we have to
can.
do it?
You can, or you could do
I
it
just
separately.
wasn't thinking of anybody to use.
I do. I am nominating Ms. Carrillo to be our alternate delegate. Oh, you're not gonna be going. Okay.
You could be
Oh.
virtual.
You do virtual.
I'm sure
I
that'll
like
work.
that. You know what? I'm not gonna nominate, I will nominate myself. Can I nominate myself to be the alternate? Is there a
Yes.
second?
So it's a substitute motion or
Amended,
Amended
amendment to the motion.
Yes,
Yep.
yes. So,
Moreno, are you gonna amend the motion?
I can make an
A
amendment.
friendly amendment.
yes,
and yeah.
could you please throw it up?
I nominate Mr. Louis Luna as delegate and Ms. Norma Cavazos as alternate delegate to the TASB Delegate Assembly on Saturday, September 25th, 2021.
I'll second that.
Perfect. I will take the vote now. Ms. Ortiz, yay or nay on agenda item 6F?
Yay.
Thank you. Mr. Moreno, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you. Ms. Limon, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you. Mr. Mancha, yay or nay?
Yay.
Mr. Luna, yay or nay?
Yay.
Ms. Carrillo, yay or nay?
Yay.
And myself, yay. And on a note, Mr. Luna, I was the alternate last year. So 2 years ago, that's right, 2 years. Oh my God, has it been 2 years already? Yes, 2 years ago. So don't worry, we've got this. We've got this. Yes, we've got this. Moving on to agenda item 6G. Consider and take appropriate action on the Board Lone Star Governance Quarterly Self-Evaluation. My favorite part of every quarterly meeting on this. So we use Lone Star Governance, we use an integrity instrument to show the board where we are as far as progress. Are we moving forward with LSG training and behavior and our roles as a trustee, or are we moving backwards? So always we want to move forward. So last quarter on vision and goals, the board had adopted student outcome goals. We were at Meet Focus. We are still at Meet Focus. Meet Focus is for all board members and the superintendent agree that the student outcome goals, 1, will challenge the organization, 2, require adult behavior change, 3, are influenceable by the superintendent, and 4, are the superintendent's first priority for resource allocation. The board relied on a root cause analysis, comprehensive student needs assessment, or a similar research-based tool to inform the identification and prioritization of all student outcome goals. We've done that. We have met that. In order for us to move forward to master's focus, we would have committed to vision and student outcome goals to memory, which I know we all have. We would have to also know the current status of each student outcome goal, which we all have or all know. What we have not done, therefore we cannot master focus, is we have not agreed that there is a broad community ownership of the board's vision and student outcome goals through involvement and communication with student, staff, and community members. Those town hall meetings is what's keeping us from moving forward and being at master's focus. Mr. Soto, we got to work on that. We need to get that on that. Every time we're almost there, something happens, hence the agenda item prior to this one, or no, two prior to this one, which has not led us there. So on vision and goals 1, we are still at meets focus. Vision and goals 2, we are still at meets focus. Meets focus is all board members and the superintendent agree that the GPMs will challenge the organization, require adult behavior change, are influenceable by the superintendent, and are all predictive of their respective student outcome goals. It is keeping us from moving forward on master focus because all board members and the superintendent agree there is broad communication, community ownership of the GPMs through involvement and communication with students, staff, and community members. Again, that town hall meeting that we have yet to have is keeping us from moving forward to master's focus, but we will get there. We will get there. Vision 3, we are still at meets focus. The board has adopted 1 to 5 board self-constraints. The board, where appropriate, relied on a root analysis comprehensive student needs assessment or similar research-based tool to inform the identification and prioritization of superintendent constraints. All board members and the superintendent agree that the constraints will challenge the organization to focus on the vision and uphold community values. What is keeping us from being at master's focus, moving forward and being at master focus, is all board members and the superintendent agree there is broad community ownership of the constraints through involvement and communication with students, staff, and community members. Again, the town hall meetings. At vision and goals number 4, we are at meets focus. All board members and the superintendent agree that the CPMs will challenge the organization to focus on the vision, will challenge the organization to uphold community values, are all predictive of their respective constraint, and are influenceable by the superintendent. What keeps us from being at master's focus is we have not had a town hall meeting yet to have involvement, CPM's involvement through communication with student, staff, and community members. We will get there. On progress and accountability 1, we are at approaches focus. That means that 10% or more of the total quarterly minutes in board authorized public meetings were invested in improving student outcome according to the time use tracker. I believe that with Mila's mathematical skills today, she pointed out to me that we were at 11.66%, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct, Mila? And so we are still at approaches focus. We need to be at meets focus, which will mean that 25% or more of the total quarterly minutes in board authorized public meetings were invested in improving student outcome according to the time use tracker. Next quarter, I am hopeful we will be there. Please, let's be there. On progress and accountability, number 2, the board performs, we were at preparing to focus, which meant the board has performed a self-evaluation within the previous 12 months using a research aligned instrument, performed a superintendent annual evaluation no more than 15 months ago, been provided copies of the superintendent's implementation plans to make progress towards the student outcome goals, and not voted to approve the superintendent's implementation plan unless required by law. That's where we were last quarter. We are now, yay, at approaches focus, which means that the board performed self-evaluations using the LSG integrity instrument, performed a self-evaluation no more than 45 days prior to the most recent superintendent's evaluation, and evaluates the superintendent in part on the results and progress toward the student outcome goals and constraints using information within monitoring reports according to the monitoring calendar. That is where we are right now at this quarter. Next quarter, I want to be, and I'm hopeful that we will be at meets focus. So clap to everybody because we are moving forward on progress and accountability number 2. Systems and processes. We are still at Meets Focus. The board authorized public meetings in the last quarter did not exceed 1, an average of 4 meetings per month, 2, an average of 3 hours per meeting, and 3, an average of 5 other topics per meeting. The board has reviewed its existing local policies, and 2, only adopted local policies pertaining to board work. We are still there. We have not been able to move to master focus. The one thing that's keeping us is we do not have an average of 2 hours per meeting. So if we can have an average of 2 hours per meeting, whether it's a special call meeting or a regular meeting, then we can move over to master's focus. I am hopeful that next quarter we will be there. We will get there. Advocacy and engagement. We are still at does not meet focus. The board has not publicly communicated the board adopted student outcome goals. The board has not arranged for any community engagement activities during the previous 12-month period beyond public comments during board authorized public meetings and or required hearings. A lot of that has to do with this COVID that we're still dealing. Who would have thought that a year later we were still having these same conversations? We are still at does not meet focus when it comes to advocacy and engagement. But I am hopeful and looking forward to moving ahead in this next quarter. Synergy and teamwork. We have been, last quarter, we were at master's focus, which means all board members and the superintendent have completed the Lone Star Governance Workshop, agree that all board members have adhered to all adopted board constraints during the previous 3 months, and agree that no board member has given operational advice or instructions to staff members during the previous 3 months. We are at Meets Focus. That is where we need to be, and that is where I'm hopeful that next quarter we will remain at Master's Focus, not Meets Focus, my apologies. Master's Focus, that's where we are, and that is where we continue. We need to continue to stay at Master's Focus. Yes, yes. Master Focus, yes, applaud to us. We haven't taken steps back. We remain in our positions of role members, trustee role. So quarterly progress tracker. We currently, right now at this quarter, for vision and goals 1, we are at Meets Focus. Next quarter, we need to be at Master's Focus. Let's do our best to get there. Vision and goals number 2, we are at Meets Focus. I am hopeful and determined to be at Master's Focus next quarter. Visions and goals 3, we are at Meets Focus. I am hopeful and determined that we will be at Master's Focus. On vision and goals 4, we are at Meets Focus. I am hopeful and determined to be at Master's Focus. On progress and accountability 1, we are at Approaches Focus. I am hopeful and determined to move up to Meets Focus. Progress and accountability 2, we are at Approaches Focus, and I am hopeful and determined that we will be at Meets Focus. Systems and processes, we are at Meets Focus, and I want to really be at Master's Focus for the next quarter. Advocacy and engagement, we are at does not meet focus. We need to be at preparing to focus. Synergy and teamwork, we have remained at Master's Focus. Next quarter, I want to see us all still at Master's Focus. Is there anything from my colleagues' comments, Dr. Castleberry? No? Well, let's give ourselves a hand for the things we are doing and that we're going to keep moving forward. We need to keep moving forward for student outcome and just to keep the ball rolling on this. So is there a motion for agenda item 6G?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I move to approve the quarterly self-evaluation based off of Lone Star Governance.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Carrillo. I will take the vote. Mr. Luna, yay or nay for agenda item 6G?
Yay.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Limon, yay or nay? Yay. Thank you. Ms. Ortiz, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you. Ms. Carrillo, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you. Mr. Mancha, yay or nay?
Yay.
Mr. Moreno, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you. And myself, yay. Agenda item 6G passes. Agenda item 6H. Consider and take possible action to approve the revised board operating procedures. Are there any, I know we all got a copy of the revisions that we worked on the work session. Are there any comments or questions? I have one actually. Go ahead, Mr. Rosendez. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to let you know, that I sent the revisions based on my notes and the notes from Mila, specifically just those items that we talked about at our training last week, and they're reflected in what you have. So if you have any questions, let me know. But they're pretty straightforward and they weren't too complicated. We just moved a couple things around and clarified those things as y'all specifically requested.
Madam
And
Chair.
and I did send them to also to Linda McAnally for her feedback. She hasn't had any additions, so I think I caught everything. And Ms. Cavazos did catch one little minor issue, phrasing, and I fixed that, and then I think we're good. So what you have is the final revised version of what y'all discussed last week.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendez. Ms. Limon,
Yes,
you
ma'am.
wanted to say something?
Madam Chair, yes, I was hoping to, to highlight what we revised, to go back, so I could go straight to what we revised, and I just don't remember.
Yeah, I sent a red
Oh, there
line
should be an
version
email?
and then a
Okay,
clean
so I'd like-
version.
I didn't see that.
Yes, there's an
All right,
email
thank you
that
so
says
much.
the revisions, and then there's an attachment with the revisions and an attachment with the.
The clean version.
Yes. the
Yes,
clean
yes,
version.
I sent the red line and then the clean. Yes, ma'am.
I do have a comment and a question for Mr. Rosendez and for my colleagues.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
know that at the work session, we all commented, suggested, asked about having a, let me see, agenda work session prior to the regular board meeting. This is in hopes of us eliminating questions or information that we require or need and focus more on student outcome during those meetings. I did not see that there was an indication of that on the board operating procedures. And so my question is there more than just myself wanting to add an agenda work session for the board so that we can have presentations during that time, and then we can have an opportunity to ask questions or make comments, and that way we can shorten the length of time we spent on that discussion in regular board meetings?
Madam Chair, yes, it's my understanding there was discussion regarding an agenda work session, kind of a workshop, where it would be just discussion and feedback to the administration. And I didn't see that was, I know there was discussion, but, and I apologize. I didn't know if that's where y'all still, if you do want to do that, you can. And now is a good time, y'all can talk about it and add that, and I could put that in the board operating procedures that prior to your regular meeting, whether it's a week, 2 weeks, you'll have a work session to allow the dialogue y'all talked about. No action, it's just a work session. And then my understanding is at the regular board meeting, then you would take action on those things. Okay, so I wasn't, yeah, so I didn't include that because I didn't have that in my notes that that's where everybody wanted. Or
and
I
I
know
know
we
we-
didn't vote the other night, but I was
Yes.
trying to watch heads and nods and
Yes,
get
and
an
I think that's
idea.
what we did. I think all of us, made that some kind of comment about that.
Okay, so we
But
could,
I didn't know if maybe did we just decide not to? I still want to move forward with it.
Okay,
I
okay.
think that would be important for us. And from what I heard in that work session, everybody seems to find it helpful. But then again, I'm just speaking for myself. I don't know how everybody else.
so
feels.
absolutely we can add that if y'all want, but I would like to know, yeah, if that's what the majority or the team wants to do. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, will be an hour prior to regular board meeting, 2 hours?
It's up to y'all. I mean,
This is our another day.
another day is what I understood,
So, and
like a work session.
yes, and clarify, correct me, I know the board, my colleagues are very good at allowing, redirecting me when I kind of stray. Right now, we are trying to implement if you have a question, if you have a comment, if you require more information, when we get the draft of that board, to email our superintendent and obtain that information. It hasn't seemed to be working really well. And so a lot of questions that could have been asked prior to the board, to the regular board meeting, or comments or required information seems to be taking on most of our minutes during the board meetings. So it is my opinion that I would do better if we have that work session prior, so that if I do need some kind of paperwork, then Mr. Soto and his staff has, a few days to provide that to me and can answer the questions at that work session, and not necessarily me asking them and opening that discussion during the regular board meetings. But that's just what I find it would be helpful for me to cut back on my time of asking questions. Any comments or concerns? Am I the only one that feels?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr.
So as you know, obviously we were pretty adamant in certain people that you could indicate that we're in favor of that and bringing that to light. And we've been attempting to do this for a while. And ultimately, I feel this would be very beneficial to us as a group collectively. This is something that would allow us to provide that information. Now, I know it kind of just got left there. And I kept referring to like the LSG coaches, and they just kind of looked at me like, okay. And so that's, how it came across to me. So, and even in the discussions, that's where we were at. So, I didn't know, I know I did ask Mr. Soto in regards to it, how we would have to proceed. So I don't know, Mr. Resendez, if that's something we'd have to add into an agenda item, or we would already put into our board operating procedures, because then we'd be discussing how to revise our board operating procedures currently, right?
It could be added definitely to our board operating procedures, but I think, we'll need input from your superintendent in terms of timing, in terms of gathering materials, in terms of when the best time of the month to have this workshop. And I think the board, you guys have been, I do recall, because I wasn't at the first meeting, and I think y'all did talk about it a little bit there. And the second meeting, what I do recall, they read, Ms. Ortiz did read some of the minutes about how much time was spent in certain things. And then that's when it went back to a little bit of maybe a work session is a good idea. And then I think we kind of just left it there, but y'all can talk about it now. We'll get some feedback. You can maybe have it back on the agenda for that one narrow item to adopt on our, I will say also our local policy does address when our regular meetings are going to be. So it could even be added to local policy. But at the end of the day, there was also somebody who mentioned, if I recall, that let's try it. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. If it doesn't work, that's okay. We can go back. So if it's something that we're going to try, I would recommend it be in board operating procedures, not in your policy yet. And then maybe now that I think it looks like there's several that are okay with it, maybe Mr. Soto might want to study it a little bit to figure out with the staff how much time he'll need to have a workshop before the regular meeting to make sure that you all get all the information before the workshop leading up to the regular meeting. Because I know Mr. Soto and I talked a little bit that, we finished today, and then in a few days, they're working on the agenda for next month. And, which I know it's a lot of work. So Mr. Soto, I'm not sure if you want to maybe time in or maybe regroup and come back with the recommendation, knowing that this is one thing it looks like the board is interested in adding and trying it maybe. So I'll let you address that, sir, on the timing piece.
Yes, sir, Mr. Resendez, well said. Yeah, like right when we finish this board meeting, we get the rest of the week, and then we're already starting to put agenda items and blurbs and transmittals for the following. Because we moved everything up, as we remember, we moved everything up a week so we can get questions and answers. So if you guys allow us to let me circle back with cabinet to see when will we do this workshop, maybe a week before the board meeting, and then when we'll start setting the agenda. We got to look at some times for staff.
Mr. Soto, and I'm speaking for myself only. We don't want to put you in a position where you're going to be, crunching those numbers and that information and saying, we have to do it now because this is when we need to do it. I'm relying on you to tell me this is what works well for us. It may be, and this is just me, the day that you send out the draft, maybe that'll be the day that we sit down with everybody and gives you time. Whatever you think that you and your staff, whatever is realistic, I guess, for you all. Because you already do a lot, all you and your staff. I just feel, and I believe I speak for the board, that it may be beneficial for all of us, in the long run, if we do have this work session where we can ask questions and you all can present to the board.
I guess my other question is, since we're having this workshop, would there be any other individual items when we come to the board? Will they all be under consent?
I think the idea is that everything, theoretically it could, because from the time you have your work session to the time of the meeting, something could happen. But I think the idea is, 80, 95% should be what's in the workshop is just what's going to be approved. I would think that would be the goal. Correct, Mr. Moreno? I think you saw you nodding your head. Okay. Yeah, that's the idea of it. And it comes to mind, I have seen some districts do it for better or worse, where they do it a week in advance, and some will do it just a few days in advance. I even see one district, they do it on the same meeting where they just talk about discussion items for the next meeting, and then they have all their action, and they just move it down. The tough part is, at all those that I've seen, there are situations where sometimes it doesn't get to the workshop because it just comes up. And most boards are flexible about that. But I think, Mr. Soto, getting with your staff and letting this board know what works best is probably the next step. So I would recommend we maybe the next meeting have it on the agenda, then you can reveal your plan. But for now, the board operating procedures reflect everything else. But that was one that I wasn't sure. Thank you, Ms. Cavazos, for bringing that up.
I do have one more. I know it looks like I'm hogging it, and I probably am today. But I also made a comment at our work session that I would like for us to move forward with indicating on agenda items how that particular agenda item, if it was going to be directly connected to student outcome. And then in my notes, I remember people saying, yeah, that's a good idea. I see what you're saying. I meant it so that the community can see why we're voting yes, or maybe why we're voting no, but that not all agenda items are directly connected to student outcome, but there are some. And my notes just kind of fell.
No,
off,
you
and I
have
don't know where
extras.
we
You
were
could
at.
take one, like wear one and take one. You know what I mean? And then we could wash them.
I think that's Ms. Mirna.
That was someone I needed to check.
So where were we with that? Did people just?
So I remember that as well.
Uh-huh.
And I saw some heads nodding, but there was no
Yes, so-
follow-up discussion because I wasn't sure if that's where y'all want to
Yes,
go,
and
but I
I'm
do
just-
remember you saying that.
yes. So
And
is
the
that
issue was-
something that we want to add to our board operating procedures at our agenda items? Those that are directly connected to student outcome?
Like have a footnote or something on
Yes,
there, an
uh-huh.
asterisk or something
Yes.
that all these items are directly related to student outcome.
Yes.
That's totally doable. And that's really more of agenda setting. We
Yes.
could include some verbiage in the board operating procedures. Easy. Yes, if that's what y'all want to do.
Ms. Carrillo, you were going to say something?
Yes, I just wanted to add, we would get rid of all our consent items then at that time. So no, I'm not laughing. It's just that, at that point, we would be able to also be informing our community. Also as far as why we're doing this, as you said, piggyback on it. But when we come to a meeting, we won't be wasting any time. We can just get to just the individual items on our agenda, and we're done with our consent items. We can just go through them without having any explanations or, questions, because we've already addressed them at that point. So I think it is a good idea for us to at least try.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
don't want to put more work to Mr. Soto's staff, but we did mention that times that we don't ask questions, but the times that we do, it's not in front of, an open session, but we do send questions to Mr. Soto and his staff. And then we did talk about them putting those questions in the board book. So would that be part of that also? Would we still consider doing that? And putting those questions when we go to that's like,
No, that's a good question. I mean, Mr. Soto will have to, as he studies this, determine what's going to be the best process. But I think the goal is when Ms. Ortiz read the time of discussion on certain things and y'all want to talk more about student outcome and putting a footnote on student outcome or notating it, I have this one additional thing, having the work session. And I would imagine before the work session, there could be some guidelines on before the work session. If you have questions, send them to us and then Mr. Soto can decide if everybody needs to have those questions and we can talk about that process. But I see Mr. Soto probably sweating over there with more work, but I think the goal is to have it, make it at the end of the day easier for him to where things, are communicated clear for you all as board members, knowing what you're taking action on and that the community knows as well. So I understand what y'all want to do. So I have those two noted and we can come back and with feedback from Mr. Soto on a plan. I think we can do that. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair.
Madam President. Yes, yes. Oh, yes, Dr.
You can go
Castleberry, I'm sorry.
I think a work session will only be as effective as you are willing to spend time on your homework. If you walk in cold to that work session, you're going to struggle with pulling out information as you go along. If you're willing to do your homework and come with your questions, then it can be an efficient and productive use of time. Otherwise, you're going to have 2 board meetings that
very long ones.
Yeah. So homework.
So, yeah, I guess going off on a couple of things. One, I know we're realistic in that there's certain items that are not necessarily going to be available at that particular moment. And we are going to need to address them at a later time, and that's perfectly okay. The other thing too, I know when it comes to providing that information and, coming with questions, ultimately, I think a work session does entail where we can actively work collaboratively together. Now, that does mean sometimes it does take some time. So, it's incumbent upon us to come prepared, but at the same time, we're rolling our sleeves up together. So sometimes that entails us having to actually work a little bit longer in order to get certain things ironed out. I don't necessarily think that that's a bad thing, but ultimately, I know we're trying to minimize the time in relation to it. So to me, there is that possibility of us being a little longer. But I think once we build off of that, I think we'll get to a point where it's not going to take 3-4 hours, that we'll get to the point where like, oh, okay, I know what the expectation is. I know what the standard is. And now we're actually working like a fluid, like a well-oiled machine to where we come back that following Monday, regular board meeting, we'll have everything in order. And if there's still items that were not addressed, then we'll get them resolved that Monday. So now when it comes to the other item related to aligning the goals, I'm open to that. The only thing I want is, in my opinion, would be, I think we need to finish all the constraints and all that stuff first before we proceed with aligning it with the goals. A lot of times too, we're one of the few districts that provides the board book. So a lot of times we do have the rationale behind it listed there. It's not in layman terms, or it's kind of a quick synopsis, but at the same time, it's there. So we can find ways to shorten that and make it easy for people to understand.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno. Mr. Resendez, you wanted to say something?
Yes, one of the things y'all can talk about is also if y'all want to put a time restraint on that workshop, it's only going to be from 6 to 8. And like you said, over time, y'all can be real disciplined about what the expectation is or something. And maybe that's something else for Mr. Soto to give a recommendation. This workshop shouldn't take more than, an hour because we don't have that many items. There may be times where, okay, this is a 2-hour one and we're going to, so just something to think about that might help with being efficient. And just a thought, because y'all did add some time restraints on some other parts of that board operating procedures that y'all are going to try to see if it works. So just some feedback. But I got my notes and we'll get these 2 added. It's not on this, but if y'all want to approve it, and then we can bring it back and add those two things for consideration as well. Or we could wait on the whole thing and I could get those. So it's up to you all. If y'all want to approve it, or when I bring back those other changes, approve it then.
I
But
would prefer that we just bring it back and
That's fine.
approve it at that time.
okay, so then no action on this item,
Yes.
and then I'll add those 2 pieces. Okay,
Please. That way we can see everything in black and white.
at one time. Okay, yes, ma'am. Okay, then no action. We'll add those changes and bring it right back.
Madam Chair, real quick. I guess if we have a special call before then,
Yeah.
maybe you can just add it to that too.
Yes, a good point. We'll make note of that. If there's a special called meeting between now and the regular meeting, we'll bring it. Yes, sir.
Any other comments?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Luna.
The only insight I can provide is that when I was a teacher, just means that you gotta teach it sooner. So you gotta prepare it sooner. So that's just the mindset we gotta have. And it should work itself out, I think. But yeah, as professionals, we would just get our act together sooner and that's it. I mean, that's all it's gotta do, I think. I mean, globally is what I'm thinking. Thank you.
Mr. Luna, you said when I was a teacher, you're always a teacher, Mr. Luna, you're always a teacher.
I'm retired. But I don't feel retired, but I am officially retired.
Okay, so no action on agenda item 6H. Yes, Mr. Resendez.
Madam Chair, before you go to closed session, I just handed out the resolution that we voted on. And I'm sorry, yeah, we're passing it out and I apologize. I did email it, but I only emailed it to Mr. Soto, not to Mila. And for some reason it got kicked back. So I apologize. I checked my emails, but just so you have it for your records, y'all already voted on it and it reflects what we talked about. But we did have one. I was going crazy thinking, because I know I revised it this morning and I sent it, but I didn't know what happened to it. So I apologize.
Thank
Just want
you.
y'all to have it. Yes. yes,
Thank you. Okay, so moving on to agenda item 7.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
So in this case, I mean, I'm kind of accustomed just to saying to move into closed sessions for items A through C. Am I still permitted to do that?
Yes, 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 yes.
Okay,
yes.
to save you some time, Ms. Cavazos.
I love it, Mr. Moreno.
Okay.
I love it. Go ahead.
So I'm gonna move to convene in closed session, items A through C as authorized by the Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Sections 551.071 through 551.084.
That'll work.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno. I'm going to second your motion and I will take the vote. Mr. Luna, yay or nay to convene in closed session?
Yay.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Ortiz, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you. Mr. Moreno, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you. Ms. Carrillo, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you. Mr. Mancha, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you. Ms. Limon, yay or nay?
Yay.
And myself, yay. It is now 8:21 and we are convening in closed session. Okay, we are back in open session. It is 9:54. Agenda item 7A, no action taken at this time. Agenda item 7B, Mr. Resendez, did you want to?
Yes, ma'am. So we talked about a resolution authorizing additional COVID leave for your staff if they're tested positive for COVID or if they are required to be quarantined. And the additional days is 5 per employee. That's what the discussion was, and that's what the presented resolution. And this will be retroactive effective July 1st, 2021, and this will last June 30th, 2022. And this is a result of the COVID numbers that are increasing and the continued pandemic that we have. A resolution is what we're presenting to support this. And I believe, Mr. Soto, did you have any other follow-up comments on my understanding of this? Is that right?
That is correct, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Resendez.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a motion for agenda item 7B?
And the motion would be to approve the resolution as discussed and presented regarding leave, COVID leave.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Moreno.
and just before the motion, I guess, just to clarify, I know there were some, I guess, parameters still that were going to be specified. So are we going forward as discussed in terms of all that in its entirety, or are we going in what's in place now?
My understanding was we were okay with the resolution and the parameters for just those two. And then your superintendent was going to study if, based on last year, if any additional revisions need to be made, I believe. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir. And then present it back to a special called board meeting.
If
in
we need to
September.
make any adjustments.
Right.
But I believe the idea was to let folks know retro from July 1 moving forward that the 5 additional days is something the board is interested in assisting with, I believe. And then the other leave issues that we talked about, that's for the next item. That's what we're gonna, as discussed. Yep.
So, Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and make a motion if I may.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve the district leave policy as related to COVID issues, retroactive to July 1 through July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2022. Should I add that caveat of the revisions if necessary?
Or just as presented in the resolution. And
As presented in the resolution.
And that covers everything. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
so that's my motion.
Thank you,
I'll
Mr.
second.
Moreno. Thank you. I will take the vote now. Mr. Moreno's motion and Ms. Carrillo seconded. Agenda item 7B. Ms. Limon, yay or nay? Yay. Thank you. Ms. Ortiz, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you. Mr. Luna, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Carrillo, yay or nay?
Yay.
Mr. Mancha, yay or nay?
Yay.
Mr. Moreno, yay or nay?
Yay.
And myself, yay. Agenda item 7B passes. Agenda item 7C.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Carrillo.
I move to approve the district leave policy related to vacation days and scheduled days as discussed in closed session.
Thank you, Ms. Carrillo. Is there a second on Ms. Carrillo's motion? I'll second. Thank you, Ms. Limon. I will take the vote. Is there any discussion? No? Did you want to say anything, Mr. Resendez?
We will report back to you on this at our special meeting that we're looking at in early
our next-
September, I believe. Yes, with regard to the status of, now the regulations, as you know, that's following the policy and you're not approving that. But what you're approving is what we discussed to resolve those related issues.
Thank
And then
you,
we will
sir.
report back to you.
Thank you. Thank you
Yes,
very much.
thank you.
I will take the vote. Ms. Ortiz, yay or nay?
Yay.
Mr. Moreno, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you. Mr. Mancha, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you. Mr. Luna, yay or nay?
Yay.
Ms. Limon, yay or nay? Yay. Thank you, ma'am. And myself, yay. Agenda item 7C passes. I didn't, Ms. Carrillo. I apologize. I do have you blank here. Ms. Carrillo, yay or nay?
Yay.
It still passes. Thank you, Ms. Carrillo. I love the board always redirects me at the many mistakes I make. I apologize for that. Agenda item 9, is
Madam
there a
Chair,
motion? Yes, Ms.
I move to
Carrillo.
adjourn.
Is there a second on Ms. Carrillo's motion?
I second.
Thank you, Mr. Luna. I will take the vote. Mr. Luna, yay or nay?
Yay.
Ms. Carrillo, yay or nay?
Yay.
Ms. Ortiz, yay or nay?
Yay.
Mr. Moreno, yay or nay?
Yay.
Mr. Mancha, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Limon, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you. And myself, yay. Agenda item 9 passes. This meeting is adjourned. It is now 9:59. Thank you very much. Thank you.